Welcome to the meeting. I'll start with the opening prayer. Tu taua mai I ruka, tu taua mai I raro, tu taua mai I roto, tu taua mai I waho, kia tau I te Māori tū, te Māori ora, ki te katoa, haumie, huie, tai kie. We will open with a public forum, and we would like to invite Anna Knight, who's in attendance, to speak on behalf of the unlawful occupation of Palestine Sanctions Bill. So welcome to the table, Anna. I'm assuming you've been told how to use the microphone.
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. So you have 5 minutes and you'll see the timer up. Whoops, it is. You'll see the timer up on the TV there.
Kia ora to the Mayor and all councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'd first like to congratulate this council for the two resolutions you've passed to help Palestinians. I will focus on the sanctions bill and why your help is needed. My name is Anna Knight. I'm a translator and a member of Dunedin for Justice in Palestine. I joined this group and became a marshal at local rallies as, like many others, I can't bear to see locals suffering. Community wraparound is paramount. Israel is currently carrying out a genocide in Palestine with impunity, and our government has failed to take meaningful action. To address this, the co-leader of the Greens has put forward the unlawful occupation of Palestine sanctions bill, which we are urging this council to support, whatever your political stripe. You have a good blurb in the Union's Otago letter you've all received, but the two key things to note are that this bill is A, based on the existing Russian Sanctions Act, so it is consistent and fair. B, it simply gives some practical teeth to what New Zealand has already signed on to at the UN. The background to this bill and local procurement policy and initiatives, so that's the councils of Nelson and Christchurch and Environment Canterbury who have already adopted some sanctions resolutions, is UN Resolution 2334, co-sponsored by New Zealand in 2016 under a national-led government. It remains bipartisan policy and is supported by all major parties. That resolution states clearly that Israeli settlements have no legal validity and are a flagrant violation under international law and a major obstacle to peace. It calls on countries to distinguish between Israel and the territories occupied since 1967. So that's this map here, the West Bank and Gaza Strip. And East Jerusalem, sorry. In July last year, the International Court of Justice reaffirmed this position and confirmed that countries like New Zealand must not provide assistance that helps sustain the occupation. This was endorsed by New Zealand in a UN General Assembly vote. So supporting this bill is not radical. There is clear precedent for it that is already bipartisan, but we must step up our efforts. Israel's latest violations include abject attacks on starving Palestinians at aid drop-off points. A group of humanitarians were illegally detained on Monday by Israeli forces aboard the vessel the Madeleine, bound for Gaza in international waters to break its starvation siege. The second piece of news must not distract from the first, but it does hit home a key point: the failure of our institutions. Why should it fall to civilians to fill the void? Why is a small yacht and not an international fleet bringing international aid? My community and I are here to remind you that it shouldn't fall to us to mount pressure when such obvious lines are crossed. Is international law becoming a nice to have? Please remember that as a local body, you have power. You are empowered by your constituents and you have a duty to protect them. Those affected are the friends and family of your friends and family. Some are your colleagues. We don't need to go far to see the effects. Two of our friends, local Palestinian leaders, Rula and Rasha, whom this council has heard in the past, very recently lost their cousin Eunice. With her consent, I'll now read you Rasha's message to our group after this heartbreaking news on June the 1st. Eunice, named after the prophet Jonah, bore a name that carries deep significance. Though Jonah is a Hebrew name in Islam and in our culture, we believe in all prophets and pay respect to each of them. Eunice was a child born under blockade in 2005, forced to endure more wars than he could count. For the past 600 days, he lived through unimaginable fear and starvation. He was shot by a drone while with our neighbour, who was also his teacher, trying to retrieve a few belongings from the rubble of our home after being displaced for the 100th time. He was left bleeding for more than 16 hours with no one able to reach him, helpless, no medical help. During those hours, he was on the phone with his parents, a child, bleeding, dying, in pain and alone. I can't begin to imagine his final moments. The unbearable pain my uncle, aunt, and all of his siblings feel. Thank you. But I do know how devastated and heartbroken we all are. Sorry, thank you. Sorry, I'll just take a breath.
So can I just suggest adjournment for a couple of minutes? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
I'll move that we adjourn for 5 minutes. Second Mandy.
Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem, sorry. All those in favour?
I'm sorry.
Seriously.
I've read this. To imagine his final moments, the unbearable pain my uncle, aunt, and all of his siblings feel, but I do know how devastated and heartbroken we all are. Eunice was murdered in cold blood. He was murdered over and over again every time he was forced to live through injustice, starvation, and the theft of his dreams and life in the blink of an eye. He and 16,000 other children. Eunice's body is still on the ground where it was shot and where his soul passed, with no ability to say goodbye or even pay respect. Full of tears and broken hearts, I always thought we had no more tears to give, and I am always wrong. These ones on your loss, Eunice, were hot, hard, and come from our hearts, not our eyes. Russia sadly couldn't join us today as she's recovering from recent surgery, but please remember her words. I'm honoured she's entrusted them to us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Do you feel up to taking any questions if anyone has any?
Sure, yes, please do.
Councillor Benson-Pope and Councillor Walker.
Thank you for your submission and the courage to come along today. You'll be aware that there are those in our community, and perhaps around the table even, who say that getting involved in issues like this or expressing opinion on issues like this is none of our council's business. It's not my view. What would you say to those people?
Well, I believe that that's what a local council's for. I think we have to zoom out a bit and think about why we're here. I mean, we're part of a power structure. I mean, that's why I'm talking today about a national initiative. Because basically, if we can't talk at a local level about the value of a human life, I think there's something wrong with us, basically. And I think it is our place. There is precedent for taking ethical stands at a local level. You know, during nuclear-free period, local councils took action on procurement policies. That's taking an ethical stand. And, you know, we care about how our money's spent.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Anna, for that very passionate speech. If it's any consolation, I've shed many a tear over this issue too. Two questions. Firstly, just so we're up to date, since the October tragic events of October 7th, I'm right in saying we're about 60,000 in the name of self-defence, 60,000 dead Israelis, about 20,000 dead kids, and hundreds of thousands of people irreparably maimed for their life. So that's about right?
Yes, Palestinians who, I think also with the amount of maimed, that is a debilitating, lifelong, condition, and it's designed as well to dissuade. It sends a lifelong message. Yes, your figures are pretty much correct. The Lancet, I know, late last year, it's a very distinguished medical journal that gave some figures on, an estimate, a conservative estimate even, of what the likely death toll really would be, and it was more in the 150,000 ballpark.
Thank you. My second question is around, you talked about, this isn't radical, it's about adhering to international law. In terms of a small country like New Zealand, what are the consequences of a breakdown in adherence to international law? What are the consequences for somewhere like New Zealand if a precedent is set here?
Well,
microphone.
We are a small nation, so we need to feel protected by international law. That's the first point, because we can't really rely on our allies as we used to, perhaps. We can't necessarily rely on America anymore. These institutions were set up a long time ago. The term of genocide was invented by a Jew, and it's, tribe. It's genus and side, killing of a tribe. So to avoid that certain groups are targeted, and that's across the board. So, none of us at any of the rallies has ever applauded, civilian slaughter of any stripe.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Anna. And just acknowledging Russia and rulers' courage in allowing the story of Eunice to be told, which affected many of us. I have a question for you. This morning, first thing, there was an announcement that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Winston Peters, announced sanctions against two Israeli ministers, the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Security, which suggests to me that the government is currently feeling pressure around these matters. Do you have any comment to make about momentum and timing and so forth?
Thank you for that question, Councillor. Yes, I actually just learned that news this morning. So I do think that is a great sign that this country is starting to realise that we need practical action. I mean, that's the thing with this bill, is that it shouldn't be party political. It should just be a vote of conscience, and that's why I think this council, by lobbying the government, can be really effective, because you're cross-party here, you represent all different political stripes, and you can persuade, because I think if we can convince Christopher Luxon, then that will be amazing. And I do think that there are a lot of people at the moment who are finally waking up to the fact that all of the people have risen. We've currently got people from Tunisia. There's a convoy, so not just the Madeleine, but there's a march to Gaza that's happening right now with delegations from all over the world. There are sit-ins in Paris. I lived there for a long time, so I've been watching very closely Rima Hassan, who was aboard the Madeleine, and the other 6 French people, and all of them. There's 12 of them. But obviously that shouldn't distract from the main issue that they're trying to raise awareness of and break this siege. And it just needs ordinary moral courage. to effect that change. And these are small things that we're asking. We're not asking to sanction the entire country. It's people who have ties with the illegal parts of Israel, the occupied territories, which are recognised as such. And New Zealand's recognised that. Every party in New Zealand supports that.
Thank you, Ms Knight. Thank you. And now we have Catherine Goodman, who is also speaking on the unlawful occupation of Palestine Sanctions Bill. So you just push the button when you wish to speak, and if someone asks a question, they'll push their button, and then you need to push yours. So you have 5 minutes from now, and then 5 minutes if there's any questions. Thank you.
Kia ora, my name is Catherine Goodman. I'm a local Dunedin Jewish woman and part of a local Jewish group. Some people over here from it as well. And I'll talk from a Jewish perspective on stopping genocide and what we can do in relation to the unlawful occupation of Palestine Sanctions Bill. So in Dunedin, Jews and Palestinians are so lucky to live alongside each other as friends, as good friends. And many of our local Jewish families feel a deep connection with our Palestinian neighbours here in Dunedin. And both Jews and Palestinians have experienced the horrors of ethnic cleansing, sadly. So my grandfather came to New Zealand as a Jewish refugee from Poland. And although he escaped the Holocaust, many of his loved ones were killed or shot or starved, etc. And local Dunedin Palestinians' family members are now going through the same sorts of horrors in Gaza and the West Bank that are so similar to what Jews went through under the Nazi occupation of Europe. Israel is violating all Jewish ethics. The true lesson of the Holocaust is to have no more genocide in the world. Nobody gets to commit ethnic cleansing. That means Israel doesn't have a license, a get out of jail free card. Nor does anyone else. Nobody. So the lesson is never a gain for anyone. A safe community is one that is not in favour of ethnic cleansing or dehumanisation. And as a Jew, I feel very safe in Dunedin because protesting genocide is allowed. And that is just so important to Jews like myself and many of my fellow Jewish families in Dunedin. I am so proud of our council for speaking up as well to Ona Te Tiriti o Waitangi too, and international law, and many of our Jewish families in Dunedin. We are so grateful to you, the council, for writing to the Council of Mayors calling for a ceasefire. That's really something that we value. Thank you for proposing the Palestinian Kiwi family visas to save their family members' lives. I pray it will go through. I pray every day. And as a Jewish person, grounded in Jewish ethics, my conscience requires me to speak out at this time to say, what more could we ask you to do to discourage genocide? And so today I'm asking the council if you could possibly something like write to the government or Christopher Luxon to ask them to make them aware of supporting the possibility to support the sanctions bill. the Unlawful Occupation of Palestine Sanctions Bill. And so this bill, a big part of it includes divesting, so disinvesting from companies that profit from Israel's unlawful occupation of the West Bank and Gaza and East Jerusalem. So Israel in New Zealand recognises, so here's the West Bank and Gaza, Palestinian territories that were occupied by Israel in 1967, and Gaza had been under siege for more than 10 years, with not allowing essential food, medical supplies. The occupation of Gaza never ceased and is just worsening. The situation in the West Bank worsening. So it's the it's putting sanctions and divestment on the occupation, on the occupied territories. Companies that are profiting from the occupation. So the bill would remove New Zealand from being guilty of participation in those international crimes by withdrawing our money and resources. The New Zealand Super Fund has already done so in some cases, and a number of local councils are also already divesting, and New Zealand's existing policy already acknowledges that these areas are occupied, not part of Israel, for many years. International law prohibits any state from taking territory by force, mistreating, harming humans or property. So,
Catherine, we just are you able to wind up? Yeah, we're finished.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope our city can use our collective platform to prevent the horrors from escalating further.
Are you happy to take questions? Thank you. We have Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Catherine. I happen to live in the States for 25 years and married into the Rothschild family, but not the rich ones. And I would say that my in-laws have a very similar view, I think, to what's going on in Gaza as you do, as you've purported here. What do you say to people who say that if you take a stand against the state of Israel, you're anti-Semitic? Oh, you got to press your button every time someone else speaks.
Israel funds a very, very well-funded organisation called Hasbara, which sends its agents to all around the world, to different countries, to put forward Israel's narrative very strongly throughout many channels. And so the purpose of that is to make people afraid, of criticising Israel, and to make people really worried that they'd be racist against Jews if they were to criticise Israel, and that they'd make local Jews feel threatened or afraid. And I really just, so many local Jews in Dunedin are appalled by Israel's behaviour, and we know very well that criticism of Israel is not the same as racism against Jews. In fact, the state of Israel, the government of Israel, it doesn't represent Jews. It's a country, it's a state. And whatever behaviour a government or a state, whatever policies it may have, those policies are not representative of Jews and increasing numbers of Jews. Our Jewish values call us to criticise genocide, to criticise violations of international law, no matter who does it.
We have three councillors with questions, but we just have 3 minutes. So we've got Councillor Gary, Councillor Walker, and then Councillor Houlihan. So Councillor Gary.
In the light of the ramping up of the war, 20 killed in the aid line last night, and incursions in the West Bank, what is your message to the 6 government MPs who would need to cross the floor to get this bill out of the biscuit tin?
It's legal to cross the floor. It's described in New Zealand law that you definitely can do it. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you. Incredible that sitting here in 2025 and you're talking about protesting genocide, God. Again, it's on the sanctions bill itself and the fact I think it's 6 MPs need to cross. Have your group or people you know had discussions with any of potential 6 who may be willing to cross?
Yes, we've started, but we need your help because of the connections that people like yourselves would have, firstly, as a local government, to send a message to the central government to make it clear that it is okay to cross the floor, and that's and also connections that you may have with MPs.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say thank you for being so brave to come and speak to us today as a Jewish woman. I'm disgusted by what I'm seeing every night on TV. It's nearly making me sick. But also, a question I have is that a lot of people might not realise, but in Israel, the cars, the number plates that the Palestinian people drive have yellow number plates, and that made me think of the yellow star that Jewish people had to wear in the war. Is there any significance in that? I mean, you don't have to answer that. Thank you.
I'm really sad, like many of my fellow Jewish people, so sad that the things that were done under Nazi occupation of Europe are so very, very similar to those that are being repeated. And the thing about Israel is that it will keep doing these sorts of things until we hit them in the wallet. And the way to hit them in the wallet, and it really is about, we have the precedent to be able to discourage the occupation, and that would hit them in the wallet. So, and that is what the sanctions bill is about. It will mean that taking money out of the occupation in terms of our investments. So I really hope that would be something that could be effective and is necessary.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Anna. Right, next on the agenda is apologies, and we have an apology via Councillor Mayhem for Matapura Ellison. Are there any other apologies? Therefore, I will move that we accept the apology. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? Anyone against? That is carried. We'll move to confirmation of the agenda. No alterations or additions. I'll move that the committee confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. Seconded Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interest they might have. Are there any changes or updates to the interest? Therefore, I will move that the committee accepts the elected members' elected members' interest register. Seconded Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Confirmation of the minutes of the Strategy, Planning and Engagement Committee on the 20th of March 2025. Does anybody have any matters arising? Therefore, I will move that the committee confirms the minutes of the Strategy, Planning and Engagement Committee meeting held on the 20th of March 2025 as a correct record. Seconded Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Now we will move on to the reports. Item 7, Mr. David Ward will speak to the report. Other staff will be in attendance to answer questions as required.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to take questions.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. On page 27 on the Logan Park Reserve Management Plan, and it says progress to date. Dates for the consultation will consider the university year to ensure that to capture a wide audience. I'm just concerned that we're now virtually at the end of the first semester, and our students are only here then until October. That consultation has not yet been scheduled. Mr. McLean, thanks.
I can get that if I may, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. So we are ready to consult, so that will begin early in the second semester, early in the new semester.
So once the students are back in July, from July.
Yes, that's correct.
And my other question is on page 29, to do with the sports ground reserve management plan, and the progress to date will be, community consultation will be presented once the sports facility review has been completed. Is that our sports facility review, or is it the Sport Otago one, which I know has been completed? So I'm just not sure what we're waiting on here.
They all inform each other, so I've just received a draft of that, so I haven't had time to review it. So that is coming imminently to you. Yeah.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, I don't see St Kilda Sinclair Coastal Plan mentioned anywhere in here. I do note that the Ocean Beach Domain Reserve Management Plan is. Obviously, that deals with Kittle Park specifically as per the last meeting, but I don't see anything around the wider St Kilda Coastal Plan. Is there a reason for that?
Thanks, Councillor. I'm not sure you're expecting to report anything more. There are a number of actions underway that get reported to various committees. I think Kettle Park is an ISCOM committee thing, but I'm happy to give an update and link it to the Ocean Beach Domain item if the chair would like.
Yes, please.
So the Kettle Park remediation options, we've undertaken some further work on the modelling of the erosion rates and some of the intervention measures. So those are two. So the erosion rates, and that is part of the coastal plan. Kettle Park is linked with the coastal plan, but it's a whole separate issue. But to ensure we present a comprehensive suite of options, which will include the extent of remediation required under different erosion mitigation scenarios. That'll be coming. So I think, and from memory, and I will confirm this with you, I think that's due to come to Council in August. But we wanted to really give Council the full range of options rather than just let's look at remediating Kettle Park as a whole, as let's model all of the erosion mitigation options and then overlay that with the extent of erosion over time and come up with a range of Kettle Park options.
Okay, so, and I also, and the reason for me highlighting this is I pick up on the Saddle Hill Community Board submission and where they talked about the issues with the road between Brighton and Tyree Mouth. Madam Chair, if you allow me some leniency in this, I'm just trying to work out where does that fit in, and I should have probably also asked this question to ISCOM yesterday, but when I saw St Kilda Sinclair Coastal Plan, I also seen that as part of this committee as well. So is there any ability to work out exactly where it fits and what the next stages for it are?
Thank you, Councillor. A range of things in that. So what you're referring to, the piece of work is the coastal hazard screening. So that'll be coming to you shortly. That'll inform our some of our citywide adaptation planning. So it identifies, I guess, hotspots of erosion and where intervention is required and provides some priority around that. The road to Tyree Mouth, Brighton to Tyree Mouth, that's actually, we're getting some, this may not be the right terminology, Crown resilience funding for transport, and some of that will be spent on that road to remediate those items. But again, I can get more detail from Ms Benson and circulate that.
Thank you for that. And finally, do we have a coastal plan specialist? A coastal plan specialist, because we did have one. I did note it about 6 months ago. We were advertising for one, and just trying to get an update on that.
Yes, we do. we do have one. There was a coastal engineer position advertised and we weren't successful in filling that. But yes, we still have Raphael on staff.
I have a couple of questions. My first question, some councillors noted that in the report it said about the Dunedin Town Boat Management Plan and the, I think it was the Otago Boat Harbour Reserve Management Plan. I think those are the two, but it just said in the body of the next report that they would be presented to council on the to this meeting, to this committee on the 11th. However, it says in the forward work programme the 30th. So I'm assuming, obviously, that the 30th is correct. We just need to get that straight.
Yes, apologies for that error, Madam Chair. It's the activity report needs to be amended to match the forward work programme.
Thank you. And my other question was around the Botanic Garden Plan, which has sat on here for a number of years, and I'm just wondering what's the status of the plan there.
Indeed, and I've just asked that of Mr. Ellis. So there's further work to do with mana whenua to make sure it's right before we bring it back in front of you. So I don't have a time frame, but I'll endeavour to get you a time frame over the next few days and circulate that. And if I may, just on the reserve management plans, the forward work programme identifies the 30th of June. We've actually we're bringing that forward. There's also an ordinary council meeting on the 24th. So those will be out with your agenda next week.
Okay.
Yep, so they'll be coming to the 24th and not the 30th. Apologies for that.
Yep, thank you. Does anybody else, excuse me, have any more questions? Therefore, I will move that the committee notes the Strategy, Planning and Engagement Committee Forward Work Programme, seconded by Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? That is carried. We'll move on to item 8, the Strategy, Planning and Engagement Activity Report. We've got Mr David Ward, Mr Nicola Moran and Mr Scott McLean will speak to the report.
Once again, happy to take questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Must be the best report ever if there's no questions on it. Thank you. Therefore, I will move that the committee notes the Strategy, Planning and Engagement Activity Report for the 1st of March to the 31st of May 2025, seconded by Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. So we move on to item 9 and welcome to staff. I'll just check who we've got here. We've got Ms Nicola Moran and Ms Nadia Wesley-Smith will speak to the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're happy to take questions.
Does anyone have any questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I've just got a question in regards of the new contract and the fact that we've got new levels of service. But one of the great things about ROS is the fact that we've asked the same question year in, year out for, 20 years. So are we going to keep the bulk of the questions that we've got, or are we going, because I know we've got to add questions, but is the kind of the integrity of the questions going to be retained?
Kia ora, everyone. Thank you for that. The measures themselves have slightly changed since the council's meeting in December last year. So we've dropped the measures from 40 to 35 to be measured through ROS. The statements themselves have not changed. So what we are measuring remains the same. What might be proposed is to tweak the language around the question so we are more aligned with the Auditor General's guidelines around measuring performance. So for instance, I'll give you an example. Instead of asking people how satisfied they are with the service, we ask them how they found the service and open a little bit more for some feedback. So they tell us what worked well for them and if there's any venue for improvement to provide that. But the bulk of the questions themselves remain the same. All the questions about the perception of the city as a fun city, as a safe city, and all of that also remains the same.
Thank you. I wasn't aware, and I was looking at the chair, that we dropped levels of service. I thought we added some back in after
We
December.
definitely added a number, and I'm just quickly looking through my emails to see if we have a number. So I guess the question might be, could we check from the levels of service? I think they were approved in either December or January, and there was quite a number put back in, and I just wonder if we just cross-reference those, please.
Yes, correct. The final level of services measures attached to ROS or aligned to ROS were approved on the 28th of January this year.
Okay, thank you.
To be included in the draft. To be included in the draft 9-year plan. Yes.
Yeah, I think that what Deputy Mayor Lucas and I consider as the number, because I thought we had a round number, but I may be incorrect.
We'll double check that.
Yeah, thank you. Does anybody else have any? Councillor Gilbert?
Thank you. Just a quick question on page 43, number 5, the roading-related infrastructure. I read it wrong 3 times because I had thought the 27 was in fact the number satisfied, when in fact it's a significant drop in those dissatisfied. So, given the anecdotal comments I get about potholes in roads and those sorts of things, do we have any understanding of either what work we've been doing to help with that drop in dissatisfaction, and or do we have any indication or understanding as to whether it is a reflection on George Street specifically, or predominantly?
Generally speaking, Councillor, for this report, because it's a quarterly one, and the accumulated number of respondents does not amount to the minimum base that we need to consider the results significant. So we might be able to answer this question once we get the annual report, which is a view of the entire year of more than 1,200 residents surveyed. But we also could check within this quarter for the verbatim. So if respondents have told us exactly what it is that they would like to see, or we might get some further insight from that. So we can double check and come back to you with an answer.
Thank you, that'd be good. I realise that the total number of people isn't necessarily, leads to it not necessarily being statistically significant, but going from 40 to 27 surely is an indication perhaps. So yes, that would be grand if you could, please.
Yes, it looks like a drop, but the actual number of people who've answered that question might not be representative of the entire city. But again, the qualitative data we generate from ROS is very rich, so we can go back to the comments and come back to you with an answer. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions? Councillor Gilbert has indicated a willingness to move. Would you like to move it? Would you like to speak to it? No. I'll second it. Just quickly, thank you to the team. And it's actually good, after we talked about waste minimisation yesterday, to see the satisfaction statistics have gone up from, I think it was 61% when I looked back to December last year, up to 69% satisfied. I think that's a really good result since we put out curbside last July. So thank you, team. Right, and we shall move on. Oops, I need to put the motion. I put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Abstentions? That is carried. So we shall move on to the Strategic Refresh Advisory Panel update. Welcome back. Do you have any anything to speak to the report?
No, nothing.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? I have a question around on page 47 around milestone 2, just around the it's anticipated that there will be forums and or mechanisms in which an external review can take place. So I guess I just want to clarify what the external review would look like. Would it be an advisory panel? Is it a consultant? What do you think that looks like?
Thank you for that question. So I guess to give a little bit more detailed explanation around what that is, each of the strategies stress the word had an advisory group associated with that, chaired by members of the Refresh panel. However, those 4 groups are in a mixed state of being active, for lack of a better word. So some groups are more active than others. Officially, they are all paused. So as an example, for the economic development strategy, we have the Grow Dunedin Partnership, so that would be a mechanism which an external review can take place. We have the Social Wellbeing Advisory Group, which has met relatively recently, so they're another mechanism. For Aratoi and Te Aotearoa, we need to put a little bit more thinking to that. However, through the recent engagement workshops, we have, I guess, staff have re-instigated or revitalised some connection with those particular communities. So already in touch with a number of community members who have indicated a willingness to participate in a review exercise. I hope that answers your
Thank you. And when do the councillors get to give their feedback into the strategies? Because I see that it says final drafts ready for council adoption and then to come to the council for adoption, but when do the councillors themselves?
Thank you for that question. We did touch on this in one of our last panel meetings around councillors having an opportunity to review the first drafts when they're ready. So when they're going to that external review, that councillors are seeing that at the same time and have that opportunity to feedback via the panel.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councillor Gary, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was curious to know why in the Economic Development Strategy feedback summary, the graphic, there wasn't the graphic with the words and, some in bold, some not, which I found really helpful, actually. And I think it was the only one that didn't have that graphic. Was there a particular reason for that?
Sorry, I'm just thinking through who did what. So staff, we've got staff from the corporate policy team who are essentially holding the pen. However, there is a lot of liaison happening with subject matter experts around council. So these summaries were put together based on analysis of the feedback gathered from each of the workshops. And then corporate policy staff working with the subject matter experts to draft a summary which they thought would be well received for the audiences that they were targeted at.
So the way it was shown here was thought to be the best way to demonstrate. Understand it. And by the way, this is the best consultation I've seen. I was impressed with the range of people that attended and gave feedback.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at milestone, 4, many of the people said that they'd like to see a draft and give feedback into that like a living document, probably even ongoing, I think. Obviously we've got here that there'll be an external review. Do you see that as being the draft going out to people to have feedback? Is that what you see there, or do you see that being a different part of it?
I probably just want to emphasise that an external review is still with a smallish number of the community. However, the overall approach that we are taking with this Refresh project is that the strategies themselves actually become those living documents. And we have also indicated in a previous report that we would undertake reviews of the strategies every year one of a new triennium, so that we are getting ahead of long-term planning processes and making sure that our strategic priorities are kept up to date, and then inform decisions that need to be made through the long-term plan process. And then they correspond with the levels of service. Then that maps to residents' opinion survey, and we start to hear feedback. And also it builds in a bit of trust from the community around the decisions that council are making, because they can see their feedback and their thoughts represented in the decisions being made.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, and in some ways follows on from that. So, when after the workshop sessions, and then you went back to the participants, or even those who didn't turn up, with the survey, and then you've gone back to them with the summary feedback. Have you had any response back from the feedback? Have you know what's the feeling and?
Haven't had anything particular of note. However, we'll probably go through a bit of an exercise and just collate all of that. But we haven't done that yet, so that may be to come, just depending on what we get back.
Councillor Wiley.
And I think just following up on that is that this was all about refreshing, not rewriting. And I think when I was at some of the sessions, some people thought they could rewrite. But the importance is about refreshing the document, correct?
That's correct.
Any other questions? Therefore, I'd like to move that the committee notes the content of the report and approves the revised timeline for adoption of the refreshed strategy documents. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas, she's chair. First of all, in speaking in support of this, it has been a long and somewhat tiresome process, which started in 2020. And often we feel a bit worn out by trying to get the strategies refreshed. I thought it would be a simple process, how it's gone on for quite a while, but finally getting together with the community has really inspired me, and I was absolutely delighted to be able to go along to all 4 of the workshops and hear the input from our communities, which reflected that we are on the right track. We just need to get action. And when we were talking about the chicken and the egg syndrome, I guess it is, do we do the advisory groups first, or do we do the strategies first? And I think it was really great that we actually went out to the community and got some a lot of feedback from all of the sectors, which I think reflected well in the strategies. I think the way forward is that milestone 2, to have a smaller group. We've got a couple of advisory panels that are still actually working, and a couple that, as Councillor Houlihan will know, and I know need some more excited people on them. I just want to thank the policy team for all of their hard work, and it was all after hours, and it was amazing for putting the workshops together. It was just great to see everyone engaged, thinking hard, and exciting to be in the room, and it was really valuable to hear those discussions too. And thanks to I counted 143 people. Some of them came to a few workshops who gave their time, thought and expertise to come to the workshops. We had about 40 at the cultural, 30 at social wellbeing, 27 at the environment, and a big 46 at the economic. And that's not counting the councillors who came along. So as councillors, we were there just to observe, and we had to keep our mouths shut, which perhaps for politicians is a little bit challenging. But it was actually great to be able to go around the tables and hear what people were thinking, and actually hear the conversations. That was quite good, about having different brains around. We had social wellbeing people at the economics, so it was quite good to actually hear their thoughts and hear the discussions that were going on. And it was really inspiring to have all those enthusiastic brains in the room and feel their passion for their particular strategy of interest. The summaries are really good. I think for me the most valuable thing was actually being in the room when the people who were the spokesperson for the table actually kind of summarised what they were hearing from the table, and I made notes on all of that, so that was really great to get those key points there. There's a lot of written information here, but the key what I heard was, we did hear that the vision was weak quite a few times. So when we read, we saw that the people want a bold, future-focused vision that's clear, detailed, and focused on current rather than vague statements. People agreed that the bones of the current strategies are good and we need to update them. There was a call for substance over fluff in articulating the vision, and stop so much word soup in so many of the strategies, and have a clear vision and plans that everyone can rally behind. So there was 7 key themes that I heard. The need for clearer language and focus, and that really came back in one of the groups where some people thought that the council language is a little bit condescending and uninclusive. So that's quite a challenge to get that right. There was also a talk about what are our identity and values, what makes Dunedin unique, and also people wanted a people-centric approach, that the vision should include or reflect inclusive growth and community wellbeing, plus key was partnership and relationships. Also, people feedback that we needed a unified brand and storytelling, so we need to be really clear about the city identity, because some of the feedback was like, oh, we could just, if you take the word Dunedin out, what does the strategy mean to us? And there was quite a lot of focus on sustainability and heritage, as well as balancing what we've got with our growth and looking carefully about it. Livability and infrastructure, people saw that as key to attracting people and looking after our environment, and people were very focused on measurement and impact, wanting smart goals with clear outcomes and measurements. So we need to focus on measurable actions that people feel confident in. And I was given a serve of the Aotearoa Environment Strategy as the chair of that strategy group. Someone was very frustrated and that we hadn't implemented a lot of the strategy, and they did ask where the buck stopped. And I did have to say that the buck stops with council. We talk about these strategies being partnership strategies, but they are actually ours. We own them on behalf of the community that we have made these promises to, and we need to make sure that we are implementing them and doing the work. So we heard very clearly that people want actions and they also want to help, and I think that was something that was quite special as well, was all of these excited people in the room going, how can we help? We've got information, we've got access to volunteers, and we want to be involved. And I was really heartened and inspired by the energy in those workshops, and I thought if we could bottle that essence, we would be turbocharged. So I'm supporting option 1 to get the strategies finished and adopted in August. My only reservation is putting final strategies in place just before there's an election where there may be a change in focus. However, we've heard very clearly from the community, and these are our community strategies. So I think they'll reflect our community priorities and be a useful tool to help the new council focus on delivering our communities' wishes and aspirations. And again, just like to thank the staff for putting those workshops together and inviting us all along. So therefore I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Oh, sorry, I forgot to say if anyone wants to speak, sorry. And there's lots of keen speakers. I thought we were going to be finished by 11 now. Councillor Vandervis.
I liked your statement just now, Councillor Barker, when you said that maybe the next council will want to perhaps have a change in focus. My view, and it's been my view for some time now, is that we desperately need a change in focus. That the talk of sustainability seems to have, in my view, been hijacked by the environmental lobby, and that what we really need is economic sustainability. And I don't believe that these strategies are economically sustainable, and that what we really need is entirely new models. And it's my hope that the new council will have a change in focus, that the new council will address the economic unsustainability of everything we have done and the debt that's gone with it, and that the new council will be able to come up with new models that hopefully will still recognise a lot of the good consultation that's taken place in this process, but actually give us a viable way forward in terms of what we can actually afford. Thank you.
Councillor Gary, then Councillor Hurley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and you're not wrong. The action is up to us. I was really impressed with these consultation gatherings, and as I said earlier, I think they're the best I've seen in my nearly 9 years in council and 18 in local government. And I thank the staff for that, because you've ensured that the people who were invited to attend, you've shoulder tapped, invited, was a much wider range of people that turned up than we would normally hear from. And it went against the idea of the loudest voices, who are often the only ones we hear from, and that's not a criticism. That's people who are aware of our systems, the mechanisms for having a voice, but I felt there was a much wider range, and it was a true reflection of community aspirations for our city. So that was really refreshing, and down to the hard work of the staff. I don't think you can separate these four areas out, and that was very clear as I attended 3 or 4 of the evenings, it was clear they were interwoven. There were a number of people who attended more than one, and so saw themselves as involved in more than one of those areas. So I found that interesting. And, you know, I take an example of something we've just considered in a briefing, and that's around sequestration and tree planting and the use of volunteers, for example. It was very clear to me during those sessions we have passionate people in our community ready, they're already doing the mahi actually, but ready to up their game and do more and collaborate with us. They're ready and willing. And so I think that's the challenge for the next council, is to harness that willingness and that focus. It's certainly true that language, having clear language, is really important, and we all suffer from this. Local government is its own planet, and it has its own acronyms, and I'm often pulled up on this by my networks who say, what on earth are you talking about? And, you know, an example of that is we all know it's 3 waters, and people say, what on earth is that? And so it's a good reminder that we need to use the plain language, and we're good at that too. We've won awards for that before, so I encourage us to do this. This has taken too long, but that's not down to the staff efforts, so I thank them for the efforts to date, and I look forward to this being finished and us being able to go forward.
Councillor Hurley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd agree. This has taken a very long time, but I want to thank the staff. They have done a lot of work, and hopefully one day we will actually get those advisory groups up and going. I live in hope. Just wanted to comment around some of the things that Councillor Vandevers was saying about the next council and how, you know, he's visioning this could happen, that could happen. The truth is, particularly at the Aratoi strategy, and I think some of the others may have had some similar feedbacks, but is that the people that were there, who were all stakeholder groups and, you know, people involved in the arts sector, they are very keen for council to get out of it and for them to have a say, and for this strategy to be their strategy and a living document that represents what our city is for arts in this area. I'm only talking about Aratoi at the moment. So, you know, while you might want to put a whole lot of ideas and different things onto the strategy, that's not what the people at those events want. They want it to reflect them, and they want it to be reflective of a city that is vibrant and, you know, has a really vibrant arts scene. So my hope is that that happens. Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Lucas, then Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, and I think Councillor Barker, you summarised exactly how those sessions went, and I attended them all as well, and it was great to be the fly on the wall and listen to what everybody had to say. And I also too would like to thank the staff. It was a big commitment, a big undertaking, even just compiling the database. It's only when you go to consultation you realise how hard it is to actually find the right people and to make sure that we've got their up-to-date contact details. So now we do have that great database that we can utilise going forward for lots of different things. And also from those workshops, listening to the people and adjusting the timeline. We had a pretty tight timeline on staff, and thanks to the Councillor Houlihan, Councillor Wiley, Councillor Lafiso and Councillor Barker working through a timeline that was much more achievable, and I think staff are appreciative that we weren't sitting here today wanting to adopt the strategies. But I guess at the end of the day, these are the Dunedin City Council strategies. What we're intending here is to refresh what we've got and what we can achieve, and I'm always reminded that our role is, in a lot of cases, is to create the environment to allow the people in our city to flourish and thrive in those 4 areas. And I look forward to in August that we can adopt these strategies. It has been a long process, but the light's now at the end of the tunnel, and I really appreciate the work that everybody's put in to get to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wiley, followed by Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I think, having attended 2 of the sessions, I found it really interesting to see the diversity around the room. And I'm going to focus on the economic development session because obviously that was the one that I was most focused on. the one thing that we have to realise is we have to look at, there were some voices in those rooms that had their own topics. This is the economic development, and we need to really work hard and continue working hard with those that live and breathe that area of expertise. And if you've got some outlying voices that want to make their voice heard, that's important, but it can't trump those that are living and breathing with their expertise. And I think that's really important. And I'm seeing that starting to come through with the paper we got today. And that is where the survey I actually thought was really good beyond the session, because you can have this workshop session and you can have all sorts of information communicated, but the survey I think also may have flushed out a lot more, especially with those that live and breathe, say, economic development every day. And I think the part being is that I made sure I went to one session that I wasn't as familiar with, and it was really interesting to listen and hear what was across the table. But also with the councillors in the room, sometimes there were some really interesting takes on how people perceived where council should be working or not, or where they believed central government should be active in that sense. And I think there is still this murkiness on how much actually council can do and lead this stuff, but we can facilitate a lot more, and I think that's the important part for me, is we do play a wider role in facilitating, actioning and supporting. We don't always need to lead.
Mr. Mayor.
So I think one of the key things that's come out of this from the people who participated in the various workshops is that they are looking for clear, specific strategies, clear, specific actions of things to do that they can participate with us to achieve improvements in the various elements of these 4 areas of strategy that we have in council. And so one of the things that has come through in the 9-year plan is that we have funded quite a number of activities within the community that have strong community support and a large volunteer base, so that in all areas of activity across the community, there's been many organisations that have been funded by council that have a wide community reach and a lot of volunteers contributing, and that the community is actively participating and deciding where those ventures and organisations and initiatives are going and helping to deliver them. And I think as we work through this final, I think in a week's time, we get the next iteration of the strategies. That will be very interesting to see. I think the public are looking for specific things that they can see council actually doing, and measurement of the results it produces.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It was great to hear the community's voice reinforced, and especially around the well-beings for me specifically. In the social well-being strategy, I loved the themes that were coming through: a clearer, more inclusive language, a community-led approach, and strong leadership. And I agree we need to be more responsive. In the environmental strategy, again, the community was asking for empowerment to shape a collective future, a well-resourced, transparent and accountable system. In the economic development, it was sustainability, creativity, collaboration, our mana whenua partnerships, and livability was important in the city. The Aratoi strategy, there was a strong urge for support and provision of creative spaces, supporting our rangataki, vibrant spaces and cultural places. What was interesting to me was that the DCC is seen as a funder, 70%, a provider, 63%, and a partner, 60%. And I think we're on a good track right now when this refresh comes back to us, As others have mentioned, it's the role of the new council, and I hope that the new council will uplift the well-beings, because that is something that I personally will campaigned on, and I will campaign on again. Also, thanks to the staff for their amazing mahi and all of the time that people dedicated outside of work hours, to the councillors that were involved and those that attended, but most of all to the people who participated, everyone who was involved. And already was mentioned that some people were coming along multiple evenings. So not only did they feel strongly about each of the strategies, but that dedicated to give up their time enthusiastically to participate in having their voice heard. So well done, everybody. Come in.
Thank you. No one else wishes to speak. Just a quick reply. Thank you, everyone. I was very enthusiastic to speak on this. Strategies are our reason for being, I guess, at Council, and very important. So it'll be good to get them finished. Thank you, Councillor Vandervis, for pointing out about the meaning of the word sustainability. And I think we've had many discussions on that, but we absolutely do need to be economically sustainable. And I think that's why we're going to have to focus on that, especially how we're going to pay to deliver what the community wants and how we're going to be able to afford to do it. Councillor Gary, thank you for coming along to the events as well, and it was good to hear when you talked about that this was the most impressive gatherings that you've been along to in the consultation, and that not just people with the loudest voices were heard. And I especially appreciate that you brought up about the followed up by the survey, because I think thank you to the staff for putting the survey together, because that was very, very useful to have those voices which aren't often heard and put them in there as well, and that the strategies are reflective of the community aspirations, and I think that's really key, as this is what our community wants for us, and we can't separate them all out. I thank you, Councillor Houlihan, for talking about the advisory groups, because I think those are a key part of how we will work in partnership, and we heard very clearly about partnership and relationships. Deputy Mayor Lucas, I'm trying to read my own writing as I wrote it. I think that I took from you the light at the end of the tunnel was the key thing, because we have been working on this for an awfully long time, and it is great to see light at the end of the tunnel. And thank you, Councillor Wiley, for talking about the diversity of people around the table, and the importance again of the survey, and the also working with the people who live and breathe the expertise in the area. And I think that's where the advisory groups are really useful, because they're often the people on the ground who are feeling the pulse. And thank you, Mr Mayor, for talking about the clear specific actions, because that came through loud and clear at all of the events, was that people wanted us to have clear specific actions, get moving, and also report back to them. I think in the survey it said that people would like reports quarterly, but they would also like them by email. That was quite interesting. That's the main way that people wanted to hear. And thank you, Councillor Mayhem, for talking about the full wellbeings, because these are full wellbeing spaces, and also about the DCC's role in them. And it was interesting to look at the surveys about which groups thought that the DCC's most important role was, it funder, partner or provider, and I think those are valuable things going forward. So thank you, everyone, and I will put the motion this time. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare that is carried, and we will close with a karakia. Oh, you can tell that I'm using the DCC app. Unahia ki te uru tapanui, kia wātia, kia mama te kākou, te tinana, te wairoa, i te ara takatu, koe I rara I roko, whakairea, aki ki roka, kia tina, hui e, tai ki e. Thank you. I declare the meeting is closed. 1.
to the last Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee for this triennium. As chair, I don't usually indulge myself too much in making statements, but I'd like to open this meeting, given that it's the last one in 3 years, to give you my personal summary of how I think things have gone through this committee. This committee has overseen some very significant changes in the last 3 years. Our financial reports have become more transparent. We have bigger, better debt and other graphs to complement detailed accounting tables. Better tracking against spending budgets. I note that last year we were sometimes up to 25% over budget, this year 33% under. Changes to our company's statements of intent, where dividends to offset rates have finally become a priority, resulting this year in an $11 million dividend in addition to the usual $5.9 million interest payment on the long-standing cash advance. So these are all positives, I think. But there are also some disappointments for me personally, and I'll list them. 1, unprecedented rates increases and debt increases of near $100 million per year. This has been going on for some number of years now. Unlike the previous century where debt wasn't indulged, the last 5-6 years in particular has seen an unprecedented rise. 2, the recent change in our revenue and finance policy, allowing more spending to be debt funded long term rather than impacting short term rates. 3, extraordinary rates rises, 17.5% last year, 10.7% this year. 4, 2 years of unbalanced budgets. Thankfully, this year we decided not to do that. 5, Standard & Poor's financial outlook downgrade to negative. 6, still no repayment of stadium debt after 14 years. And 7, no plan to repay still increasing debt in the 9-year plan, with 9 years of interest costing $1 million a week in interest, assuming a 5% interest rate. The incoming council in October will have an enormous task to stabilise finances, find better models for procurement and accounting, hopefully using AI, a new potential to significantly reduce costs, and also to hopefully improve decision making. Thank you for hearing me out on that. If anybody has any comment on what I've said, feel free, and then we can start the meeting proper. No comment? All right. Oh, good. Councillor Wiley.
No. That was going to be my first comment. Was actually, I'm trying to understand. I understand what you're trying to do, and I'm trying to understand the process around the meeting to be able to do this, because I would have thought we would have followed the agenda, and maybe as part of at the end of the meeting you may have started. You've gone with that. So otherwise, it seems like we could have a bit of a free-for-all at this point.
A free-for-all is what I was welcoming, but as I said when I started, it's my intention to follow the agenda as written now, and that I was simply exercising my right, if you like, as chair of the meeting, to be able to put a summary of how I saw the last 3 years in up front.
For brevity, Mr. Chair, I would dispute a large number of things that you made comment about, and I will leave it at that.
I look forward to getting an email from you and having discussions later. Thank you. Anybody else? Right. Okay, so meeting proper. Are there any apologies for today. There's no public forum. Sorry?
Apology.
Okay, and I believe Councillor Ackland is coming on Zoom. Is he available? He's there? Okay. All right. In that case, I move that we accept the apology from Councillor Benson Pope, seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Confirmation of agenda. There are two things I would like to change in terms of the confirmation of the agenda. One of them is that item 12, the Development Contributions Options Report, is apparently still incomplete, and I'm told will appear in a later meeting, hopefully in the next month. There's some minor changes that still need to be made, so we will simply essentially delete item 12 from this agenda. Deputy Mayor Raddick, pardon me.
A question. It says in the agenda that it will be provided with a supplementary agenda on Monday, 9th of June. That will be difficult. Oh yeah. Is there an estimated?
There isn't. The best I have from staff is that sometime in the next month. They haven't actually got some final figures sorted. When they get those figures sorted, then they'll be able to plan it. But yeah, thank you for the question.
I just thought it was a misprint.
Sorry, did you have a
Mr.
comment?
Chair, I can give you an update. We hope to have that report coming out to Council tomorrow for a meeting next week, and we're just confirming which committee or whether we need a special council. Thank you.
And the second slight change I'd like to make is that we bring from the grey papers confirmation of minutes C1, that Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee meeting of the 12th of March 2025, public excluded, that we actually bring that into the public part of the meeting because there's no real reason why it needs to be confirmed in the non-public section. In fact, I'd like to do that now. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas, that if you go to your grey papers and look at C1, that we confirm the correctness of these minutes. There's no need to discuss anything of them. And I move that we do that and ask if anyone has any questions or has any corrections to those minutes. No corrections to the minutes? Pardon me. Councillor Walker.
So I'm just clarifying here, by moving that to public, that gives no opportunity to discuss the minutes in public if we wanted to. That is the reasoning. I see them as being confidential, thus giving the ability for us to discuss in non-public anything that's confidential at that particular portion of the meeting.
No, I don't believe that's correct. My understanding is that when you're confirming minutes, that they're not open for discussion. You are only able, when confirming minutes, to discuss the correctness of the minutes or otherwise. So if the minutes are correct, then you vote for them. There is no discussing of them, either in non-public or public.
Create a problem that doesn't exist.
Okay, so I've just had clarification from staff that we do not discuss confirmation of non-public minutes in public. If they want to be discussed later in non-public, we can do that.
So we're now leaving that confirmation of those minutes till the end.
I believe that we can confirm them as a correct record in public, which is what I'd hope would be standard.
Right.
If I can just jump in, and so apologies, councillors, but there just appears to be a bit of a process glip here with the creation of the agenda, so apologies to the councillors. Normally, staff review confidential material before the agenda is built, and if the grounds for confidentiality confidentiality has lapsed, they are transferred at the creation of the agenda into the appropriate section of the agenda. I apologise that this wasn't done in this case, but that is a standard practice, which is why we don't normally have these debates.
So just to clarify, Chief Executive, what would your advice to me be now, given that there is some wish, it would appear from at least one councillor, that we have the opportunity to discuss this in non-public?
If I may, Mr Chair, I would hold it to the non-public part in case there is something about the accuracy or otherwise of the minutes that we are unaware of. Allow that discussion to take place, and we will release them publicly post that if following discussion that's appropriate.
Quite happy for that then. Thank you very much for raising the issue, Councillor Walker. So we will deal with the confirmation in non-public and be able to discuss it if necessary. So the only change to the confirmation of the agenda now, which I move, is that we confirm the agenda with the deletion of item 12. Seconded, Councillor Lucas. Any questions? Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Declarations of interest. As usual, members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interest they may have. I move from the Chair that the committee notes the elected members' interest register unless there are any changes to it. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that motion carried. Confirmation of minutes. If we go to page 15, the Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee meeting of the 12th of March 2025. Are there any corrections to these public minutes? I see none. In that case, I move from the Chair that the committee confirms the public part of the minutes of the Finance and Council Controlled Organisations meeting held on the 12th of March 2025 as a correct record. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Any discussion? No questions? Then I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare the motion carried. Part A reports. Finance and Council Controlled Organisation Committee Forward Work Programme, item 6. This is on your page 23. I invite Chief Financial Officer Carolyn Allen to speak to this report.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? So, not a question. Okay. All right. Well, there are no questions. I therefore move that the committee notes the Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee Forward Work Programme for June 2025. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Are there any discussion points? Anything anyone wants to say? In that case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare that motion carried. Item 7, Dunedin City Holdings Limited Group Update, the quarter ending 31st March 2025 on your page 27. I'd like to welcome Mr Tim Lone, the Dunedin City Holdings Group, and Peter Hocking, General Manager of the Dunedin City Holdings. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being here on time and hopefully having some speaking to this quite detailed quarter ending report.
Thank you, Chair. We will take the report largely as read and open for questions. We'd just report that it has continued to be a pleasing year from a financial performance perspective. We are tracking ahead of plan, and there has been no material changes since the date of this report, which is up to the end of March. So we are still tracking ahead of plan and anticipating to be ahead of plan by the end of the year. Happy to take any questions on the report.
Question from Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Hopefully questions. So first up, City Forest. Hi gentlemen, how are you? City Forest. You mentioned in there that, it's done fairly well, but on page 33 under the City Forest blurb, it mentions that it is likely to be impacted by the China market correction and US-China tariffs. Given the volatility of, trying to think of the polite way of putting it, given the volatility that we are facing in the international political scene and things, do we have any idea on, it says it will be affected by the correction, do we have any idea on what that's going to look like, how much that's going to be, whether it's up, down and different, whether it's just going to make this last week, the last quarter look awesome, crap?
Thank you. Yeah, look, we don't have specific data on the impact at this stage, but what we do have is the current forecast for city forests, which remain positive. So at this point in time, there hasn't been any significantly negative impact from the market correction. In terms of the US, the main markets for city forests are China and Korea. So the issues that are occurring in the US have not impacted city forests to any major degree. Peter, did you have anything to add?
That's exactly right. In terms of no direct impacts from the tariff war, I think it's just the uncertainty is impacting on the market. And given commodities where there's uncertainty, people are reluctant to buy, which keeps price expectations fairly modest at this time.
Thank you. Next question is on Dial, Dunedin Airport. A couple of things. You've got the Air New Zealand fleet issues persist with numerous, with 6 A320s, etc. out. And I know I've asked Mr. Bono this in the past. Do we have any indication as to when these might be coming on? Whether in the meantime, but it seems that we are being, let's use the phrase shortchanged. I'll use it, you don't have to. With the amount of flights and the cost to get to and from Dunedin. A quick search that I did was it's 20% more expensive to get from Dunedin to Christchurch than it is Christchurch to Wellington. Now I realise that's a much more of a common route. So do we have any idea when this is going to let up, or are we seriously waiting on the A320s, which don't come to Dunedin really anyway, or didn't? Are we seriously waiting on those, and is there any discussion with Air New Zealand about better servicing the south? If there are, how are they going, and if they're not, can there be?
The relationship that Dial has with Air New Zealand is very good, so they have strong engagement and they are discussing these issues with them on a very regular basis. Dial are taking this extremely seriously. They understand the impact on the community. There has recently been the introduction or the proposed introduction of new jets, which would increase the number of seats, not the number of flights as I understand it. In terms of the Air New Zealand issues, yes, you are correct. It is these planes and the issues with these planes, the A320s, that is causing the problems, not just for Dunedin, but across the country. But rest assured, we have a loud and persistent voice with Air New Zealand.
Awesome. And my last question is the new international services that are starting up. There's a comment in here about that this will result in an estimated 800,000 unexpected cost to Dial. Do we have any mitigation projects or mitigations in place for that, or is it literally a cost to be incurred and figuring out where from?
There are some mitigations. So, but the 800,000 cost was an unexpected cost. So Dial were not aware that this piece of legislation would be brought into play for Dunedin. I think that's reasonably well known. But in the discussions we've had with them, there are ways that they are able to mitigate some of that cost, so that we don't expect it will be a full 800,000 impact on Dial and nor on the city. The service is running extremely well in terms of the bookings, so we're quietly confident that it will be very successful. As you'll be aware, we do have a underwrite in place with that service, and so the success of the of those sales is really important for that underwrite. But that's also looking positive at this point in time.
While we're still on the subject of Dial, Councillor Lucas is next with a question, but I have one relating to Dunedin Airport. We've recently had a public news suggestion that the government wants to see a bigger return from its airport investment. They have a 50% share in Dunedin International Airport. Is that, do you think, an opportunity perhaps to open the conversation about purchase of the 50% that the Crown own if the government wants to see some money out of it?
I think that in terms of the 50% ownership that the Crown have, there's always an opportunity for us to approach them in relation to that. I'm not sure that I specifically see this as a door to approach that conversation. I think the government are looking for return from all of their investments, just as the city is looking for return from all of its investments. The letter of expectations that was sent from Treasury to the airport is largely no different to what they would have sent in any other year. It has obviously referenced international flights, but that's because international flights is now back on the agenda for the airport. So I think it's, we send quite strong messages to our companies around expectations. The government's done the same thing. There's always an opportunity for us to approach the government around the 50% ownership, but I wouldn't see this necessarily as being the catalyst for that.
I have heard that a DIAL manager has suggested that there may be things that we could do with full ownership that are currently difficult to do with 50% Crown ownership. Has there been any discussion on what those potentialities might be?
Look, I'm not aware of what may be being referred to there. That hasn't specifically been raised with me, but maybe I'm having a mind blank there. Peter, are you aware of anything?
No.
Okay, sure.
Absolutely fine. Thank you for that. And Councillor Lucas is next on the list for questions.
Thank you. I'll stay. My first question is on page 33 with regard to Delta. And I was a little bit surprised about the commentary there where it talks about there's been some inconsistencies with workload for the power team, which I presume is their work for Aurora. And I mean, based on Aurora and the huge amount of maintenance that they're required to do and the other work. So we know that they're going gangbusters doing that work. So I was surprised with Delta's comment, unless that's the power team is not the work that they're doing for Aurora. I'm just...
Yes, I think the issue there is not that there is no work, it's more the way in which the work is being delivered to Delta is causing inconsistency in workflow for them, and so they've obviously got a team available and geared up, but there's not always, so some of the work may be held back for whatever reason, and so it's more around the flow of work that's coming through. And I know that they are working closely with Aurora, sister company, obviously, to try and improve how that's done so that they can get a more consistent flow of work coming through.
Okay, thank you. Obviously more of a timing thing. If I can just go back to page 31, and you talk about the next 2 quarters, complete review of DCC's draft investment framework. And I guess, I mean, it's not just a reflection on you, it's just a commentary that this investment framework seems to be, everybody seems to be reviewing it for 2 years, 3 years. So I'm just thinking another 2 quarters before we expect to see something. It just seems a long time to progress.
Understand. And yes, the investment framework, or the draft, was put up to council a couple of years ago. I think was it in 2023? I think it may have been put before council. So, in terms of the background to it, the response to that initial draft was us looking at options, and one of those options was Aurora. And so council have said in their letter of expectations for the coming year that they would like us to do that review. We were keen to fast track that as much as possible and had hoped to have a draft before council, even before the start of that financial year. But as it's turned out, other priorities have consumed us, unfortunately, and there has been a little bit of a delay. Plus, it is important that we work through this properly. We're expanding it from our perspective to include the property portfolio and to also include Waipori, so that we're doing a full portfolio review. It's just taking a little bit more time with a relatively skinny team at the DCHL end.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas. The next speaker on my list is Councillor Barker.
I hope I wouldn't speak in question time. Just going back to the airport, and I was just thinking about, obviously, the news about the government wanting more money. So basically you're serving two masters, which is the government and the council, because we're in the process of doing our statements of intent at the moment. Is that a problem for you, or are we generally asking for similar things?
I wouldn't say it's a problem. You're right, the airport is serving two masters, and it's equal ownership, 50% each. So the process that we work through is, as shareholders, is to meet on a relatively regular basis. So we have 2 to 3 meetings per year with Treasury, typically by teams, and we work through what the expectations are of each shareholder so that we can try and get a reasonable amount of alignment. Treasury are good at talking us through what they're expecting, and to be fair, we didn't have any issues with what Treasury were requesting of the airport. It was based on commercial returns, long-term, in the long-term interests of the shareholders, etc. And so we felt that was quite aligned with what we were expecting from the airport as well.
And my next question is just on the passenger volumes. And is that just about capacity, not about load? What I'm looking at as a wider context is our visitor nights were down 8.9% to March for the year, and the tourism expenditure was down 3.8%. So I'm just looking for some, is it the lack of flights into the city that's constraining growth in the tourism sector perhaps? So what I'm asking is, lots of planes coming in, are they full?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a result of the decrease in aircraft. I think it's just passenger numbers are down, and could be for a number of reasons. But Peter, I might ask you just to jump in there.
Yeah, I think it is both. There's the capacity issues with Air New Zealand, but a bit of softness in demand as well. Some of the softness in demand is certainly in the corporate and government sectors, pulling back on spend. But it does seem to be a little bit of softness coming through. Perhaps you're seeing in other consumers as well.
And I just want to ask about the railways as well, because I see that on page 30 we've got the I was going to say profit less loss. The budget was 1.1 million, and then it was actually $400,000. And I know that's during the peak season quarter. So are you expecting it in the final quarter of the year when tourism is kind of a bit softer, those figures to change any, or are we going to be underwriting it by less?
It will be less. So our indications at this stage are that rail will come in at something around the $1.1 to $1.2 million loss for the year against a budget of 1.9. So we are anticipating that it will be less, and we have an opportunity for rail to draw capital from DCHL throughout the year as needed. Most recently we haven't had to, so whilst there was an anticipated drawdown on capital, we haven't had to provide that capital to rail.
Councillor Walker, you had a question. Answered. Right. Mayor Raddick.
Just a question about the airport again, back to Dom. My observation is that the flights, international flights, the resumption of international flights between Dunedin and Coolangatta, bookings are going very well, and it looks like it will be a profitable service for the airport, into the future. However, there are these one-off setup costs to reinstate all of the customs and border control systems, the latest version thereof, which the government has, instead of reinstating for us, have wanted us to pay for. So there are one-off costs. So it does seem a little bit disingenuous of the government to impose these extra costs, then ask us to make sure the service is profitable when we've got these extra costs. However, the main thing is that the service is sustainable. As long as people get in behind it, that service is sustainable into the future. Is that your view of the international connection, that it will produce profitability for the airport once we're past these one-off costs?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor Raddick. Next on the list is Councillor Gary, had a question.
Just circling back to Delta and the question that Deputy Mayor asked around inconsistencies, I'm just trying to marry that up with my understanding that there's a huge metering project upgrading to smart meters, but they're not owned by Aurora, they're owned by a third player, and I just, apologies, can't remember who it is that owns them. So what is the obstacle to a consistent flow of work? Is it this third player in the equation, or what is the problem?
I'm afraid you're testing me there with that question. I can make some inquiries, though. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, it is detail, but it is important because it just doesn't line up. So if you could, thank you.
Councillor O'Malley, your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's another dial question. Is there any other airport in the country that's owned 50% by Treasury?
I'm not sure of the exact ownership percentages, but there are a number of airports that are part owned by the Crown, and there are airports where the Crown has sold their shareholding as well, so that's not unusual for that to happen. I understand that there is a transaction that has been underway in the Hawke's Bay recently where the Crown is looking to exit their shareholding there. I think it might be 40%. But I can't comment on other airports that are 50-50 owned, but I'm sure there possibly are some.
And I guess I've never really understood how that ever happened. How did that happen, do you know?
To be honest, I'm not sure either. All I know is that it is quite common. We can probably do some research on that for you, though.
I think it'd be really helpful because it might give our perspective as to what we might want to do in the future, or even how normal it is. Yeah. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Walker, sorry, you had some info to add there, can we hear it?
Saying Wellington Airport, 34% is council and 66% Infratil, and I know the latter because I invest in that particular company.
Thank you for that extra bit of info. Are there any other questions? Okay, if there's no other questions of the team then, I move that the committee notes the Dunedin City Holdings Limited Group quarterly update for the period ended 31st of March 2025, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. Is there anyone who would like to speak, having asked some good questions? Councillor Barker.
I just quickly want to say thank you to DCHL. I feel like we've got a pretty good relationship now, and I think that you've been great to work with, and these are some really great results as well. We've got a double of the net profit before tax that was the budgeted, and I know that we are heading into the off season and stuff, and maybe you're going to spend a bit more capital, etc. But I think those are really pleasing results. And I guess the reason I asked about specifically the passenger volumes was to try and figure out what was in that mega picture, this morning we were talking about our strategies, and it's how does this fit in? What is Dunedin looking like? Obviously the train's doing well, but that's a, shall we say, new product. But the concern is, do we have the capacity of air capacity coming in? Are people able to get here? And what are the loadings like? Because we see some other figures that our guest nights are down, that our visitor spend is down. So it's all of those things together make a picture. So thank you for the great information that certainly starts filling in a picture of what the city's looking like. But good work, thank you.
And I would like to add my personal thanks as Chair of Finance, and it's the first time I've been in this role. It's been very comforting for me to be able to get regular and quick responses to quite a few of the questions that I've posed, largely because I didn't know a lot about what was going on with the companies. I think we all now do know considerably more. You've been very, very open. Your reports have been particularly good. I again draw people's attention to a graph like this, which shows the dividends that are paid, how they come about, what the inputs and what the outputs are, and you can see it all clearly on a page. That kind of information makes certainly my job, and I think our job as decision makers, certainly much better. I very much appreciate all that you have done to grow the companies, to give us the first dividend that we've had in a long time of $11 million. Thank you very much. I love money. And I think Mayor Raddick has some comment he would like to make as well, in addition to my thanks.
Yes, look, I'd like to thank gentlemen for the report and for all your efforts on our behalf with the various companies. And, you really are, running all these companies at quite a difficult time, because we've had a global recession and back on the heels of COVID. So there are plenty of difficulties. However, there's in practically all the cases there's hope in sight. In particular, with this stadium, the plan for more events and more funding to make things happen there. With railways. So we've put in place enough money to shore it up in the meantime, but hopefully that won't be necessary as we move forward. And similarly with the airport, as the international flight takes off, literally, which is not very far away, then more and more people will be using that, and hopefully coming in the reverse direction as well, from Coolangatta to Dunedin. So all of these things have good strategies and people in place. One item of concern is Delta, and I know that you're working hard to bring that up, because as Councillor Vandervis points out, we have this nice graph on page 32, but it has quite a cause for alarm on the bottom right hand corner, which is that in fact, whilst we are getting this dividend, it is sustained by a large lump of extra debt in DCHL, which is not sustainable going forward. However, it certainly is I suppose deliverable in the this time, but it can't be done year after year. So I'm sure you're all working hard, or I know that you are working hard to reduce that and get rid of that. And I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you.
If there are no further comments, I then put the motion as per the order paper. All those in favour? Against? Declare the motion carried. We're on now to the item 8, the Waipori Fund. On your page 39, I'd like to welcome Mr. Richard Davey, our treasurer of many years now, to speak to the report and to answer any questions, hopefully many questions. Welcome, Mr. Davey.
Thanks very much. The fund had a pullback in the March quarter, but as of the end of March was up for the financial year. Things continued to deteriorate a little more in April with the tariff proposals from the US government. Since then, though, the fund has had a strong rebound, and the value of the fund is ahead of the inflation-adjusted capital base by 2.1 million. By about 1.572 million, as of the start of this week, and is at about 111 million compared to the revised inflation adjusted capital base of 109.9 million.
All sounds pretty good to me, given the fluctuations in the world market. Questions? Do we have questions, or is Councillor Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Davey, as ever, for this. Just a question around the makeup of the portfolio in the context, obviously, of likely and continuing interest rate falls here, primarily across the world. The makeup of the portfolio, I think at the moment, is what, 49% in fixed interest. Is that balance likely to shift more into an equity focus in that interest rate context, or is the balance of the portfolio still, you're trying to keep a particular balance despite the potential limitation on returns?
Yeah, I suppose the fund has got a bit of cash build up at the moment, and there are equity, opportunities to invest more in equities, and also term out some of the cash as well. But I think largely it will look to kind of keep it about the same going forward, but slightly more into equities, and we have had some switching out of international equities into New Zealand equities, given the less optimistic outlook for the US relative to other markets.
No other questions for anyone else? I've got one for you, Mr. Davey, and it's regarding the quick reaction that the markets had to Trump tariffs, etc. But also you've mentioned just now the quick rebound. The speed of these reactions, do you think that part of that is driven by an increasing use of AI investment deciding systems?
I'm not sure on that really, but a lot of the recoveries for these corrections do occur very quickly, like you say, and this one's been very, very fast. But historically, the major corrections of 25 or 30% typically always recover within 18 months. But I'm not totally sure about the impact of AI, to be honest.
Another question from Councillor Walker.
I think I may have asked this before, so forgive me for being repetitive, but across the world, international finances houses have moved more into the private equity space because simply there's good returns to be made there, and not that traditional listed company portfolio. Have we looked at or do we, well, I guess we don't at the moment, currently invest in that sphere? Because traditionally it's been seen as risky, but of course that's you'll be aware of this. So the question is, what are we doing in that space?
We've looked at various different asset classes and so forth in conjunction with our equities advisor, and have looked at it and considered it, but haven't done anything further with it at this point. And I noticed there has been quite large selling in that space by different investment funds in the US in recent weeks.
No more questions. In that case, I move that the committee notes the report from the Dunedin City Treasury on the Waipori Fund for the quarter ending 31st March 2025. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. Any discussion? Anyone have anything to say? Right, well, everyone's obviously happy. I would just like to say how happy I am whenever I get a Waipori report. The first thing I do is quickly go to look to the graph and see if we've actually managed to maintain value in addition to getting money. And glad to see that we have done that again this year in tumultuous times internationally. The Waipori Fund now sits at something like, was it $108 million, which was, it's held its value throughout and given us dividends along the way. And I'd like to thank personally Mr. Davey very much for his stewardship of the Waipori Fund over a very long time. It's been a solid and reliable cash cow for us, which we haven't yet plundered. Right, so I've moved it. All I have to do now is put the motion. All those in favour saying aye. Against? No. All right, I declare the motion carried. On to item 9, which is the financial report for the period ended 30 April 25 on our page 46. I'd like to invite our Chief Financial Officer, Carolyn Allen, and Hayden McAuliffe, I hope I've pronounced that correctly, Hayden, our Financial Services Manager, to speak to the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're happy to take questions.
Questions then of this finance report? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I have a few, but I'll just start off with on the top of page 48, we talk about the capital expenditure, which is at the moment tracking at 66% year to date, and obviously it's forecast to be 150 million, which is but less than 75%. Based on the past couple of years, it's quite surprising that we're tracking so far behind, and obviously we're trying to do a bit of catch up. Is there any key reasons why we're so far behind?
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There may be a number of contributions, but certainly for Three Waters, whilst outwardly there may be some concern or even dismay on the level of spend, I would like you to, if you would please, reflect on some of the commentary in the ISCOM activity report, in terms of the ebb and flow of the work over many years just sliced into a financial year, and also in terms of the effort we're putting into not spending the money but making sure we get the value from the contracts. So we've put a lot of effort into contract and commercial arrangements before we commence any physical work. So that has delayed the spend profile, but it's not delayed the work that we're doing, and again, multi-year program. So a lot of that for Three Waters is reflected in the activity report, and also in our previous discussions around how we're pursuing value, and also some significant purchases like the membranes for our water treatment plant, we source internationally, and many of those things are coming later in the financial year than we had anticipated, which spills over into the next financial year. So there are a number of good solid reasons. Of course, we're still pushing the team hard to deliver the capital programme that you approved, but there are some really good solid reasons for that profile being low, and I just ask you to take that as a good sign that we're not spending just for the sake of it. Yeah.
And we definitely don't want to be spending for the sake of spending. I mean, I had read that in this comment, but I just thought there might have been an overall comment, and it's obviously something that with hope, with a new finance system, that will, we might better look at maybe forecasting during the year. Maybe that could be something in terms of our capital spend. Do you want to?
What I would just caution there, Councillor, and yes, I agree, the new finance system will really help, but the first year budget only allows for the investigation of the new finance system, where there won't be any actual work. So I'm just saying, so yes, we're all desperately waiting for it, but some of our ability to forecast is still going to be a little bit hit and miss. But I think Mr Ward's comments should give councillors confidence that we have got a good, robust program, and that the slippage is just about ensuring that we get really good value for money. I would say that I think if we were able to really interrogate the spend last year and this year, that having something as big and as hungry for money as George Street maybe, masked some of the delays in some of those other projects as well, because it was a program that was fully in train and covered across some of our key budgets across some of those two big infrastructure areas. And once it's in full-on delivery on an accelerated time frame, I think it probably masked some of the delay of the program slippage and some of those other programs as well.
If I could just ask a couple of specific questions of Mr West, and he knows that this is coming. My two pet projects, the CCTV cameras, because I read the commentary. Oh no, Anna's here. Ms Nielsen's here. And I mean, I've talked about this before and the want for these to be installed before the students got back, and they're still not finished from the commentary installation. So I'm just wondering exactly where they're at, and will they be properly installed by the end of the semester break, ready to go?
So they're pretty much in, I think. End of June is the deadline, and I think they're pretty much there. Yeah.
So the Octagon cameras and the George Street cameras is being managed as one project?
No. Yep, two separate projects that are connected by a program of work for CCTV. But yeah, George Street is on track to be done and up and running by the end of June, and the Octagon cameras are already done.
Thank you. And my last question, if I may, is on the Ms. Nielsen, don't put the microphone away, is on the Eager Centre refurbishment, which I see we haven't spent anything as of yet. Is there going to be anything spent by the end of the year, and does our decision on the long-term plan impact on that?
We have spent money repairing on the Eager Centre, but it's currently coming under the OPEX budget because it's ops and maintenance more than capital repairs. And yes, going forward, your long-term plan decision will change what we do. We're currently having a bit of a reset and a rethink of what we can do between now and the physical works to replace the roof, and just doing some planning around that, to be honest.
Councillor Gary, you have a question.
I do. This one's for the Chief. I'm sure you'll be able to answer this one. We've just heard mention of the importance from Mr. Ward around a robust procurement process as one of the elements leading to capital expenditure. Given comments earlier in the meeting, could you, it's my understanding that our procurement processes currently are highly regarded nationally and even beyond that. Could you comment on that, if I have that correct?
You do have it correct, and I think our procurement, we've made great strides in our procurement work from where we were. We've got a highly regarded and highly skilled team of procurement staff working to make sure that we spend our money wisely. We were always constantly improving in that space, so it is a piece of continual improvement. And what our market partners say to us, so the people that we contract to do work for us, that the approach we take is leading edge in terms of local government procurement, and so that they often hold us up in how we interact with the contracting community as being best practice.
Thank you. That was my understanding. It's an exemplar. Cheers.
Mayor Raddick has a question.
To do with the CCTV cameras that freshly installed along George Street, where will the signal from those cameras be viewed?
We're just working through...
Your phone, sir.
We're just working through our draft MOU with the police at the moment to confirm those arrangements.
Thank you. So, in other words, that it's likely that the feed will be directly into the police station and they will be able to look at it.
It'll come through our internal server, so we'll have an enterprise system here at DCC, which the MOU will allow us to legally share that footage with them through a live stream, and it'll be up to them how they monitor and access that.
No further... Oh, another question from Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Sorry, I scrolled on down. And Hayden was expecting this. On page 72, under the Governance Support Services, we talk about staff costs are unfavourable of 2.4 million and related to the planned savings across the organisation. And the favourable variances across the council activities expected to balance that out. So as at 30 April, overall we're still 500 unfavourable. So is there an expectation that we will square up by year end? Might be a question for the Chief. I'm not sure who I'm looking, where I'm looking.
The first part of your question is correct. The unfavourable variance in the governance group is to offset the favourable in the other areas. Correct that in April we are 500,000 unfavourable. We don't expect it to come back to be break even by the end of the year. We're closely monitoring it, though. We probably expect it to be maybe a little higher than 500, but we'll just have to see how the final month goes.
We've been really watching and monitoring this closely, so it's a significant improvement on where we were a year ago.
So if I may ask a follow-up question, so how does that impact our budgets going forward in terms of when we put that effectively a saving into this year? So how, I'm just trying to just think for next year's budget, we carry forward effectively that saving?
Thank you, Councillor. We have been working towards minimising this unfavourable variance, so the work that we're doing will continue but ramp up once we get into the new financial year.
A number of pieces of work in play that will make sure that the staffing budget is right-sized for what we're doing.
If I could also add, one of the reasons for that unfavourable variance is the overtime in Three Waters, and we did address that with the budget updates. Yeah.
If there are no... a question from Councillor Barker.
I've been just flicking backwards and forwards from the two reports and just seeing the difference there, and I just noticed that in regulatory service, the parking operations unfavourable revenue is getting more favourable. We're collecting a little bit of money and the deficit's kind of going down. Is that because we've, have we got more parking enforcement officers? It talks about that the parking enforcement revenue is less than budget due to staff vacancies and leave earlier in the year. So has that been fixed up? Yesterday we got something that was 19%. What was that? And Emily's something or other, Emily's Side Place. So we were just wondering about the enforcement and whether we're actually getting a little bit more money through better enforcement of parking meters.
I think Ms Nelson has her hand up for that. Okay, I'll speak to it generally. The unfavourable variance is a combination of on-street parking meters budget being overstated, simply because we didn't have the data when that budget was generated to be generating it as accurately as what we can do now. So on-street parking revenue is down on budget, but it's still up on last year. Lower Moray Place, we had some issues getting the LPR software installed, so we had some parking meters in there, which consequently didn't attract a lot of revenue. We've now resolved that, and Frederick Street car park is lower than what you would expect because we have a lot of over 75 free parking cards that's used in that space. So we're the gap's getting smaller, if you like. The LPR software is doing its job, and we've got increasing revenue coming in at those three sites. We won't make budget by the end of the year, but we're still up, I think, 670,000 on last year's revenue.
Question from Councillor Gilbert.
Sorry, I had one more question.
Sorry.
It was just about the, what page is it on? The work at Toitu for the theatre there, because I noticed that that's changed, that there's been money spent there, the new theatre gallery, and I was just wondering when that might be due to open, and that comes back to, I guess, fees and charges as well that we haven't talked about in the LTP, so I just wondered if there was a timeline for that opening.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. We are due to have spent, I think, $247,000 by the end of this financial year. In the first 2 months of the next financial year, there's another 350 which will be going out. Our expectation is that that work will be completed and sort of commissioned by November. It's the latest kind of projection, the latest project management timeframe. With regard to the estimated income, we have put a notional, I think it's $75,000 in the operational budget for next year to reflect, 6 months or so of trading. But really, until we actually commission the product, I've been reluctant to price it as such. So I think there's a provision within the fees and charges for special exhibitions at Toitu to be covered off, not as a discretionary activity, but there is provision within the policy to assign a cost. And
if I could just add to that, if I can add, I have a delegation to set fees in certain situations. Because council reserve delegations for many fees to themselves, but there are, in a situation like this, I am able to set a fee under delegation, so we would look to do that and report on what that was.
All happy? Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Now looking at you, Ms Nelson, hi again. Back to on-street parking. Highly scientific research here, but I've spent more time in the Octagon in the last couple of years than I have done in quite some time. And over that time, particularly recently, I've noticed a lot of cars parked for a lot longer than is appropriate out here. It's allowed out here. So my question is, in terms of the unfavourable, do we have a provision where we sort of focus on the high traffic, high desirable areas, such as, for example, around the Octagon, etc.? And if this isn't the place to ask, could you come back to me with the answer on that, please?
It is the place to ask, but I'm not the right person to ask. It's on the enforcement side of things.
So Mr Henderson will get back to you.
If there are no further questions, I then move that the committee notes the financial performance for the period ended 30 April 25 and the financial position as that date. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? That sounds very enthusiastic. Anyone against? No? All right, I declare that carried. Moving on to item 10. This item is on the agenda for completeness sake. We are supposed to have monthly reporting now, and the reason that we run item 9 first was that it actually includes everything that would be in item 10, being the smaller period. And I'm assuming that unless anyone's come up with any questions very recently, that there are no questions, and that for completeness I can simply move that the committee notes the financial performance for the date period ended 31st March 2025 and the financial position at that date. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. So you all understand that basically we're just moving this kind of procedurally to include, it will be included in the previous item. All those in favour? Against? No. Okay, declare that motion carried. Item 11 now, the Better Off funding update, January-March, on page 106 of our agenda. This report provides updates for the Better Off funding programs, including project progress and financials for the period of 1st January 25 to the 31st of March 25, quarter 3 of the financial year. Thank you very much, Dave and Carolyn, for coming to the table. Are there any questions of this Better Off funding report? Councillor O'Malley.
Yeah, my question is actually, why does this report stand out differently from any other? I mean, we've resolved the Better Off funding stuff, so why are we continuing to follow it?
Thank you, Councillor. We did include one of our next steps to be reporting back quarterly.
Item. Okay.
But it would be for council if they wanted to have, change their reporting to be less frequent, if they're comfortable with the program to direct staff to do that.
It's just, my point would be that it's it doesn't really stand out other than what happened in the past to it. Otherwise than that, it's just another activity that we're doing in council. So that's why I'm finding it kind of unusual that it's still sitting here as a thing.
Yeah, I wondered also about the monthly reporting for financials, and I can see that, you know, there's possibly some value in them, and given that it doesn't take too long, hopefully, it gives people an opportunity to publicly raise issues rather than just writing emails on things. But given that there's no other questions on this, I would just like to move that the committee notes the Better Off funding update for January to March 2025 in this report, seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. Anyone want to speak to it? No one's got anything to say? Okay, thank you very much, David Carolyn. Yeah, all those, so I put the motion, all those in favour? Against? I declare that motion carries. What was item 12 has been taken off the list, as we noted earlier in confirmation of the agenda. Are there any items for consideration by the chair? I know there won't be another meeting for me to chair, but if there's anything that you want me to turn my mind to, I'm more than happy to get some suggestions. Councillor O'Malley.
I think there aren't any because the presumption is who's going to be chair and will there even be a committee? Because that's determined by the mayor that's been elected coming through.
You make a very good point, Councillor O'Malley.
That's not just your committee, it's any committee.
Yeah, well, I'm, you know, in this regard, I'm hoping to be a dinosaur and the last of the species. But anyway, providing, of course, that we get re-elected. It's a point well made. So if there are no items to be considered, I then need to move a resolution to exclude the public. I move that the committee, pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, exclude the public from the following part of the proceedings as per the agenda papers. That's C1, Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee Meeting, 12th March 25. C2, Confidential Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee Forward Work Programme, and C3, the Investment Property Portfolio Quarter ending 31 March 2025. Finally, C4, Dunedin City Holdings Group Director Appointment and Reappointment. I'd like to move that, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? Thank you very much. I declare that motion carried, and let's give the media people time to pack up.